Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and apologies for our late start this morning while we looked at some issues. So I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. This morning we have with us the Reverend Matthew Skelton to lead our prayer.
Good morning all, thanks for having me. I'm going to read to you today from my second favourite book, the Book of Common Prayer, beginning though with the Church's first prayer book, the Book of Psalms. Psalm 82. God has stood up in the council of heaven. In the midst of the gods, he gives judgment. How long will you judge unjustly and favour the cause of the wicked? Judge for the poor and the fatherless. Vindicate the afflicted and oppressed. Rescue the poor and needy, and save them from the hands of the wicked. Let's pray, friends. God, our Father, bless Australia. Guard our people, guide our leaders, and give us peace. Spirit of justice and truth, grant to our governments and all who serve in public life wisdom and skill, imagination and energy. Protect them from corruption and the temptation of self-serving. Help us to commit ourselves to the common good, that our land may be a secure home for all its peoples. And our Lord Jesus, ruler of the nations, we pray for the council of this region, for its members, its councillors and officers. Direct their work and influence their decisions to the advancement of all good, to the safety and welfare of this region, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Thanks all.
Thank you. Moving on to condolences. I'd like to start with a condolence this morning for the family of Chris Weckett of Cottonvale, Heidi and Nathan Parks, and Joanna, Ian and Anderson and their children. Chris was a very much loved member of the Dalveen community. On moving to Cottonvale, she embraced volunteering in our local organisations, including in the Ringmasters Cafe at the Stanthorpe Show Society. She was the president until recently of the Dalveen Sports Club, and also a critical person in establishing the Dalveen Film Society. She will be very sorely missed by the whole Dalveen community, and I would like to thank her for all of her volunteering and all of her contribution to that community, and extend my condolences to her family. Thank you, Russell.
I would also like to acknowledge the recent passing of Chris Weckett and extend my condolences to her family and loved ones. I had the pleasure of working alongside Chris on two separate community events for several years, and it was always a joy to do so. When I reached out for volunteers, Chris was one of the first to put her hands up, always keen to help and often willing to do even more than what was asked. She was warm, generous with her time, and always brought great feedback and a positive attitude to everything she was involved in. Chris will be sorely missed, not just by the Dalveen community, but by myself and every person who had the privilege to work alongside her.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wantling. Do we have any more condolences? No. Okay. Attendance and apologies. We have all in attendance, no apologies. And the reading and confirmation of minutes. We have a recommendation that the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting held on Wednesday, 21 May 2025 be adopted. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Richters, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. Any comments on that? No, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. We have actions from council meetings and a recommendation that council receive the report and note the contents. Do I have a mover of that? Councillor Haslett, and seconded Councillor Richters, thank you. Any comments from councillors? No, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. And we have declarations of conflicts of interest. Can I have Councillor Haslett?
15, 2 and 3.
Yeah. Councillor McDonald?
15, 4.
Councillor Dean?
15, 2 and 3. 15, 3.
Councillor Windle?
15, 4.
Okay, and myself for 15, 4. Anything else, councillors? No, okay. We'll start with Councillor Haslett on 15.2 and 15.3.
So I make a declarable conflict of interest. I know the applicant socially. I've known him for years, but also we all have received a submission from him within the last 48 hours, which I believe means that we all have a declarable conflict of interest there. So I would like to stay in the room and vote if the matter goes ahead today.
Okay. Do we come back to the votes? Or, no, we do.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I don't think any of us can vote if we've just been told that we've all got a conflict of interest.
That's up to you. Yeah, we'll, Councillor just.
Maybe I'll move that Councillor Haslett be able to stay in the room and vote.
And a seconder for that? Councillor Pigeon, thank you. Okay. All those who don't have are you declaring, Councillor McDonald, on those items?
No, well, I'm just asking if my colleague has just called us all. There's a fine line there.
Happy to rephrase my declaration if it helps.
Yeah, it's up to each of us. I don't believe that simply receiving that information creates conflict. I do think it raises issues under the planning protocol that we need to deal with, but I don't think it raises per se a conflict unless you believe that the way that you've received it or you've dealt with it then leads to a conflict. If it simply hit your inbox and you haven't done anything with it, my personal view on my position is that that would not lead to a conflict of interest for myself. But each of us have to decide. It depends on what happened when you received it, how you dealt with it, etc., how you feel yourself personally. Are there any additional declarations? Because it's relevant to the vote on Councillor Haslett, of course. So those who have declared can't vote on.
So I'm happy to clarify that a little bit if you prefer. I had submitted a conflict of interest prior to the receipt of that email because I know the applicant. I live in the vicinity. I've known the applicant for years. It's a small town. I know lots of people in this town. And I'm happy to leave my declaration at that if that makes the rest of the room feel more comfortable.
May I just clarify, my motion is in relation to both items since they're both related.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Richards. Okay. Those in favour of Councillor Haslett staying in the room and voting? That's Councillors Pigeon, McDonald, Richters, Hamilton and Windle. And those against are Councillors Bartley and Wanling. Okay. Moving on to Councillor Dean for items 15.2 and 15.3.
May I move that Councillor Dean is able to stay in the room and vote.
She has to do a declaration first.
Oh, I thought she already done that. Okay. Sorry. Carry on.
I would like to declare a conflict of interest for 15.2 and 3. I went on site yesterday, and while I was there, I was approached by the applicant. And I just want to make it clear that I didn't arrange the appointment with him. I was, and the applicant approached me, and during this time, I made no comment or suggestion of any indication of which way I would vote. I simply listened. But because I was speaking to the applicant within 48 hours, I would like to leave the room during the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dean. Item 15.4, Councillor Windle.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It's a declarable conflict of interest due to a personal conflict between myself and one of the applicants. I believe I cannot form an unbiased opinion on this matter, so I will be leaving the room.
Councillor Windle. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 15.4, which is the change of application for 47 Marsh Street, Stanthorpe. One of the applicants is a former SDRC councillor who lodged numerous complaints against me in the last term. There is still one that is outstanding from January 2024. I may be perceived to be biased.
And are you leaving the room,
I'll leave.
Councillor McDonald? Yep, okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to myself for item 15.4. I had raised in the previous term some issues around whether or not the applicant, one of the applicants, had a conflict of interest in a matter. And I also raised with the CEO of the time a potential code of conduct breach in relation to the applicant. I don't believe that calling out conflicts of interest then causes a conflict of interest in oneself. And I also have the same view as regards code of conduct. We all sitting here today call all of ourselves out on conflicts, and we also raise code of conduct breaches. I don't think that conflicts us out of scenarios, but I would like to put it to a vote of my fellow councillors. So I would ask, I believe I can be unbiased, and I would ask to stay in the room and vote.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, I think you should have handed the chair over to someone else to deal with this conflict.
It can't be the
It's
division.
usual practice.
Well, I can't do it because I have a conflict to the same matter.
No, I think that's the protocol, sorry.
Yeah. Shall I hand over to yourself as the next most senior, Councillor Bartley?
Councillor Richards was a planning specialist, maybe he'd like to take the chair.
Can you hand it to the CEO?
Is that a no for you, Councillor Bartley?
Previous councillor, you know, it's got to pass the pub test. I have been a previous councillor, as Councillor McDonald said, with the applicants. I prefer someone else to deal with that.
Okay. Councillor Richters, would you be happy to take the chair?
Sure. Is there someone who'd like to move a motion?
I'm happy to move that the mayor be allowed to stay in the room.
And a seconder?
I'll second that.
Excellent. Is there any need to discuss or debate? All those in favour? And against? Carried.
This one, yeah. Thank you.
It was all except councillors Windle and McDonald who were conflicted.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. Actually, I do want to, before we finish conflicts of interest, Councillor Bartley, I just want to confirm that I know that you received a letter from the applicant recently in relation to this matter. I just wanted to check that you have not had any meetings with the applicant in relation to...
I haven't had any meetings with him, Madam Mayor, but I did get a phone call regarding an issue, and I told him to email, and I said I won't discuss the matter, just put it in an email and I'll pass it on to the Mayor and CEO, which I did.
Fantastic.
Again, councillors, because I couldn't discuss it.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. I just wanted to check because of that prior letter. Okay, I think that takes us through conflicts of interest. So we now have a deputation from Chris Haynes of Howard Trade Centre regarding agenda item 15.2 and 3.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, for taking time
Point
to
of
hear
order,
us
Madam
again.
Mayor. Does Sarah need to leave?
Yes.
And thanks again, councillors, for taking time to hear me today. I'm a little bit unsure what's going to continue further on in the meeting. We've been given a little bit of information prior to the meeting, which I was unaware of. And that's based around the same situation that happened exactly at the last meeting, and there was no issue regarding it. I'm unsure when the council agenda items were put up. I saw them Monday morning, which was less than 48 hours before I could have the opportunity to assess anything. And as you've all been made aware, that I had sent an email out last evening which is outlining exactly what my deputisation was going to be. And in no way have I tried to influence any councillor in any shape or form, just around the discussions for those that are here and for those that are viewing outside of it. To point out our questions, because those minutes with the town planning recommendations went up, I'm going to say roughly 48 hours, I didn't see it Friday. That gives us as the applicant very limited time to see those, to work out what's being put forward to council to prepare for this deputisation. That just wants to explain the proposal we're putting forward, but the recommendation that we had been given had changed in the meantime. So I'll go back to what I was originally deputising. I didn't print as many of these. I don't know if you want to bring it up on the screen to make it easier but this is just the drawing we're submitting regarding our proposal for the roadway. Based on the last discussions at the last meeting, we were trying to achieve hopefully an outcome that both would find sustainable and suitable. So what we've proposed, if you go to the second page, predominantly, second page is a drawing of the road overlay. The road overlay shows us with a 6 metre road again that we're proposing. It has curb and channel and concrete spoon drain to the development side for the whole length of it. That marries into the 6 metre existing part of the road. There's also an existing concrete spoon drain there that runs to the grate that's currently there. I mentioned that last time, that we feel it acknowledges that council over the time has indicated it will be a 6 metre road because the grate and the bitumen was put there, or the asphalt was put there by them. We've contacted a local civil engineer for his professional drawings to come up with design. There's sections there to show the heights. There's design criteria to give asphalt, pavement thicknesses, and that's all around as well from the previous discussions to give a lot more clarity around our proposal from the gathering from last meeting. As we get to the top of the road, we indicate that we're centering it on the road reserve, more out of courtesy to make it centre of the road reserve. It's currently not centred of the road reserve, so we're just bringing it back in line to where it would meet the other road. The other road would just have minor road works to realign it with us. I'm assuming all councillors have visited site to have an opportunity to have a look. Up where that is indicated, where we meet the other road, it is far more level. There's very little fall there. So a spoon drain to the development side could quite easily be built to come into the curb and channel at the top. The curb and channel comes down, I believe, to lot 111. After lot 111, or in a changeover at lot 111, it goes to concrete spoon drain, because that would then what marries into the existing to make it the same. Again, we've diverted all the water into there, and it has then got the opportunity still with the spoon drain to get into the drain as it was. In essence, we're putting no extra water into any area. The bitumen, which are impervious surfaces, will add some extra water, but in our proposal will be 40% less, or approximately 400 square metres, than doing 10 metres of road and gathering that water to add it into the stormwater system. Again, the building blocks all go to the west into the swale drain, and in essence we're putting no extra water in that system, and I'd go as far as saying making it better to catch it to get it into the system. Just on a couple of items, so obviously the agenda came up. My email last night surrounded a few questions we have based on those items. There was a sketch plan attached as part of the proposal from the recommendation from town planning. this is the first that we had seen of it, so I'm unsure if it's obviously something town planning had to come up with their proposal. We were just unsure with the wording then that I felt changed the recommendation in the last month. One item there is on this drawing shows a cul-de-sac type scenario in the neighbouring blocks on Mill Road at the end. That's got to be approximately 15 metres long, 20 metres wide. It appears to show that in asphalt. Nowhere, in actual fact, going back to our pre-lodgement meeting on the 22nd of August 24, details nothing more than additional requirements, sealed road will be required. So that's the extent of information we were given on that. And so none of the 5 dot points comment and say anything about a cul-de-sac area. So we're unsure if or how that's included or why it's included on the drawing. I'm assuming the councillors have been briefed on why that's there, being different to the last submission. The 2 items then, this is all regarding condition 34, as again we've stipulated everything else in the negotiated decision notice we're happy to agree upon. There's been some wording changed which removes in the initial line standard for the full frontage of the sites, and that is moved down to item 3 and included now in item 3. We're unsure how that's interpreted, and that was when my question was generated around that. I believe it could be interpreted in a couple of different ways. Again, that's why our proposal has it clearly shown on an engineered plan to say this is the extent of works that we're proposing, and hopefully brings a lot more clarification to the matter. The other couple of questions we had, we were just unclear on that there's line markings now on the road that's been submitted on the sketch. I'm unclear if there'd be camera on the road. The way the line markings are, we couldn't quite probably picture how the camera would work. Comes back to me saying that in essence we're not putting any further water into the system. That could, depending on what that is, could put extra water one way or the other. So then the other just query that we had regarding around this, item 4 in condition 34, include a minimum 4 metre sealed lane and stormwater drainage on the opposing side of the road. Now our interpretation when we're saying the opposing side of the road, we call our side the development side. So again, our interpretation, and it just needs clarity, but from that interpretation, the 4 metre sealed lane and stormwater drainage on the opposing side of the road to facilitate the function of the road until such time as the road is constructed to its ultimate width. Now looking at the sketch supplied, there's a 4 metre lane shown on the development side, not on the opposing side of the road as we interpret it. So for clarity then, the drawing we were of the opinion contradicted what was put forward at the previous meeting and at this meeting to those points. So that again, this only came out at, well, I'm unsure what time this went up on the council website for the agenda, but those issues were something that I wasn't preparing to bring to the deputisation, but had to ask the question around the clarity of them prior to the councillors having all the information to make a decision. The couple of other items that just note in there, and I don't know, it could have been just where the drawing was positioned, but there's references back to the applicant initially submitted over both lots for a single warehouse to be constructed. Following discussions between council and the applicant, separate applications were subsequently made. I submitted last night our town planning notes from our private town planner, where that request was actually generated from council. We initially put in a proposal for 1 MCU for both sheds to be together because we acknowledge that we are using them as warehousing for our current operation. Now, the result as a downside to us means that when we went to BA, we would have to be committed to build those sheds. We couldn't just build one and say we'll get to the next one. We couldn't sell a title or a property without going to council to have them separated. In the other proposals, had we joined it to our existing uses, we would have had to use our land for either easements or access, minimising the size of our sheds. So around all the discussion and design phasing, that is how we came back to having 2 MCUs and separating them on the blocks. They were designed to suit the blocks, because even if we had them as one block, even if we decided to forego a title or something, which wasn't our preference, we're at 490 square metres so that we get around some of the fire requirements and not have to have firewalls and issues like that. So there's a number of reasons why those warehouses were designed as that. We initially had 1,000 square metres of off-site storage. We are still currently using off-site facilities. And so that's why we've gone down as a warehouse and asked to remove, warehousing doesn't require it, but asked to remove a kitchenette, toilet, and just have it as a warehousing application, because we just need floor area for storage that we've currently got off-site. And so that's the roundabout way where the design has come from and ended up to. As part of that MCU lodgement then, the council came back to us as another benefit. They were split into 2 MCUs for the same price. So that was generated away from where we were coming from. And again, at the end of the day, that made sense to have an MCU for a separate title and separate block. But this is how it's all come about to be the final proposals that we're putting forward. As part of the email last night, I also attached some local other areas zoned industry that just show that there's 6 metre roads that do work in the industrial areas in the current Shire, and acknowledging more than likely they may not have been done in the recent history, but again, I believe at the last meeting it was nominated in 1972, these lots were subdivided and zoned industry from there. And so they're just examples. That's fairly high traffic areas that are currently in our Shire. I don't believe there's any more unless someone's got any questions regarding our civil engineer nominated curb and channel to the development side to help catch the rainwater, help keep it out of our lots so we're not having an issue. Was more than happy with the flow volumes then to get down into the spoon drain. It might have been my interpretation that was incorrect. At the last meeting, it was brought up about the graded drain that's existing in the 10 metre roadway back to 7 metres. It was my interpretation that we were informed that if the road went to 10 metres, that would be raised to road level. On this new drawing, it shows that moved to outside of the 10 metre line. That was a question that some of the councillors had at the time. How would that drain be handled? And I'm pretty sure the advice was it would be raised. So again, that's one item that we just were unclear of when it came through the other evening. So, or when I saw it on Monday morning. And so that's as much as I can really put forward. Again, the email sent out by no means was interpreting anything to councillors. It's around this, and it's exactly the same time frame as it was sent out last meeting, with the same intentions, and it was discussed around that. And if there's any questions on our proposal, submission.
Thank you very much, Chris, for presenting and taking us through those plans. Always good to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We might be excused. I don't see there's probably any need for us to remain around for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, moving on to the mayoral minute, I actually just have 2 items of information for people today. Actually, one of recognition. I just wanted to briefly recognise Peter C, who was awarded the Public Service Medal in the King's Birthday list. Peter worked at the Southern Downs Regional Council for quite some time, and I think it's a big congratulations to him to reflect his very long career as a public servant working for the community. And also, as all of you will know now, Stanthorpe was awarded silver in the top tourism town on Monday night in the Tourism Awards, which is a fantastic result for us in our first time entering. And we'll be looking to organise some congratulations around that, both with our local tourist organisation and with our volunteers at the Visitor Information Centre. Moving on then to notices of motion. We don't have any today. Reading and consideration of correspondence. We have a recommendation that the report of the Chief Executive Officer in relation to correspondence be received. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Richter, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Dean, thank you. Do we have any comments on that, councillors? No. All in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. Moving on to petitions. We have a recommendation that council receive the petition and note the advice from officers on the existing school signage and clearing of vegetation for visibility purposes. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wantling, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Dean. Do we have any comments or questions on that one? Councillor Wantling?
Just for transparency, I was a councillor who received a petition from the Posy Estate School P&C and was asked to table this in the inclusion in today's agenda. Safety of kids entering and leaving a school should always be a top priority. I always think it's important to say this isn't just about a sign or a few overgrown trees. It's about sending a message that small schools like Posieres deserve the same safety standards as any urban school. Whether it's 30 kids or 300, they all deserve a safe crossing. Thanks to the staff who've taken the time to reassess this and start looking at ways to improve this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wantling. Yes, we have an update from staff actually, Councillor Wantling. Thank you.
And through you, Mayor, and councillors, we have received information from DTMR because the staff have been advocating on behalf of the school and the community to get what we call the FSZC, which is basically flashing school zone signs. The good news is that we've now got to the point where DTMR also agree that it does meet the warrant for this, as with every school should. And so we'll be currently working with DTMR about prioritising and getting it onto a program, because that's the first step, because if you don't get to the warrant point, you don't get to the actual next point. At the moment, it's not funded. However, we'll be looking at continue to advocate and push that through our regional roads group to get that on the priority list for installation as soon as possible. In the meantime, as the report said, we'll be looking at the clearing of vegetation to improve safety of the area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to thank the staff for their quick, swift response to this. I think it's fantastic that they are advocating for small schools in the area and child safety. So I'd just like to thank them for their efforts in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. And yes, I'd also like to thank Lisa Salter for organising that petition to come into council and bringing it to our attention. I'd just like to refer to staff to see whether we have or can pass the petition on, please, to the QPS in relation to item 3, which is the enforcement issue. Obviously not a council one, but it would be good to pass the petition on to QPS so they're aware of the request for better enforcement in the area as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Is there anything else, councillors? No? Okay, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to portfolio reports, we have a recommendation that Council's Inspired Communities Portfolio Report be received. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Pigeon, thank you. Would you like to speak to your report, Councillor Haslett?
Thank you. I will take the report as read. Just a couple of notes on it. My portfolio, I feel, contains lots of little things that council does, which on their own may not seem all that significant, but I think when you add them all together, becomes a really good reflection of all of the things that council does in our community to support the community and community organisations. And a lot of this goes unnoticed largely, all the things that our staff do out there in the community, and I think it's important from time to time to acknowledge it. So just to draw a couple of notes there. Yesterday I had the pleasure of attending what I believe to have been Southern Downs' largest ever Australian citizenship ceremony. I was accompanied by, I was there with the Mayor and Councillor Dean, as well as 4 of our youth council members, which was really lovely to see so many of them involved and getting up and doing some public speaking as well. There was a minor technical issue with the national anthem. Luckily, we had a couple of very good singers on hand to lead it a cappella, which was a nice little touch as well. Thanks to all of the SDRC staff who work really hard to put on events like that. They are an absolute joy to attend the citizenship ceremonies. There was also one student there doing work experience with our council, which I don't know if many people out there are aware that that's another thing that happens within our organisation. Just nice to see all this going on. I would also like to acknowledge the marvellous work that so many of our staff do in facilitating community events around the district. There's lots of ways that this happens, but just to give some examples, we have our town halls and our community halls. Our staff obviously maintain and run them and facilitate events to happen in them. To give some examples, just last week there was a concert in both Allara and Warwick Town Hall from Camerata, which is a nationally renowned classical musical ensemble. That was facilitated by our ECDEV staff. It was a tour that group does, so it's not that council did it, but council facilitated it to come to our region, and I think that's the sort of stuff that's really important. Not so long ago, the Water District of Stanford was in the Civic Centre here for 11 days. 11 days, that's a huge community event, but it wouldn't happen if our council staff didn't help to provide the facility for that event to happen. Arndo toured earlier in the year and had a huge audience attend to the Civic Centre here. Again, our staff made sure the building was ready for it. Just prior to that, there'd been the Palm Worker Scheme talent quest, or a concert that was put on. Again, our staff involved in putting that on. There was a fundraiser for Blaze Aid in Waroona Park. Our Parks and Gardens guys help make that happen. Parkrun happens every week in our parks. Our Parks and Gardens guys make that happen. I could go on and on and on, and I'm really just scratching the surface, but what I'm wanting to point out is that our staff work so hard doing little things to make sure this community has wonderful, incredibly useful and good spaces to do what they do in. So shout out to all the staff for the work that they do there. That's all I have. Thank you. Okay, should we move to a vote on that one? All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Moving on to item 12.1, we have a recommendation that council receive and note the Chief Executive Officer's status report. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Richter, thank you, and a seconder. Councillor Dean, thank you. Any comments or questions on that one, councillors?
I'd like to thank Marion for going back and finding the questions on notice from quite a few meetings ago.
Thank you. Okay, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, moving on to the councillor briefings and workshops policy. We have a recommendation that council adopt the councillor briefings and workshops policy. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Windle, and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. Okay, I'll open that one up. Do you want to speak for the motion?
I'll just, I'm just going to read from the policy actually. The purpose of this policy, and it clearly states that the policy provides a framework for the orderly and proper conduct of councillor briefings and workshops and aims to provide transparency around council decision making in line with the local government principles identified in Section 4 of the Local Government Act 2009. I think it's quite clear the purpose of this and why it's needed, so I fully support this policy.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to raise some concerns in regards to this policy, in particular the legal and policy areas which we've derived this policy from. So you've looked at outcome 4.4 and objective 4.41. I would say that from my perspective in the corporate plan from 21 to 26, we should be looking at outcome 1.1.3, building confidence in our community, being visible, empathetic, and also listening. I also refer to the Queensland Code of Conduct Principle 4, which is develop open and transparent processes and procedures. Furthermore, I go to the Code of Conduct Policy for the Southern Downs, which is PLCS 052, accountability and transparency. The word is used on a number of occasions throughout that particular policy, or the policy here as it is outlined. I do not feel that this policy actually achieves the transparency which I am seeking at this point, nor do I feel that it falls in line with those various pieces of legislation that I've just spoken about. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I actually, it might be a good point in terms of raising clarity. I have sent through a proposed amendment. Mary, could you put that on the screen? In relation to item 4.5 in the policy, where it talks about examples of sessions that may be open to the public. I actually think it would be much more transparent to be more particular around that and give greater certainty to the public as to when sessions will be open to the public. And so I'd like to move an amendment to that paragraph, to replace that paragraph with what is on the screen there. I had circulated that to councillors a while ago when we were looking at the drafting of the policy, so you should have had a chance to look at that. So I'm moving that amendment.
I'm unclear about where you're actually inserting them.
So in item 4.5 of the policy, paragraph 4, so it starts off the same there, but it fleshes it out a little bit more.
Oh, okay, I see now.
4.5.
Yeah, gotcha. The second last paragraph, page 5.
Yes. And I have a seconder in Councillor Haslett for that amendment to the policy, but not voting on the policy itself. Does anyone have any questions? No. As I said, as regards the amendment motion, I feel that this gives a lot more transparency around when sessions may be open, particularly around deputation, so everyone can hear when a community group comes in to speak to us or when a member of the public comes to address us on a planning matter, that it is absolutely transparent. Whenever we have sessions that we would regard as engagement sessions, and that happens in some of our briefings when we want to actually get community input, where we want people there. And certainly I think, you know, the openness of those budget engagement sessions was, for those who attended, was really fantastic, and that is something that we will be looking to do more of over the coming months as we do some development of our 5-year goals. And also when we get people along who are giving us information that's relevant to the community, taking the opportunity like we did recently with the Department of Natural Resources to make sure that they speak to the community as well as to council. Councillor Richards.
Mayor, I think that your amendment does address a little bit of my concerns with this document. I am concerned that this particular section that you're amending, whilst I like that particular section, conflicts directly with the first paragraph of the same section on the next page, which then talks about only upon the invitation of the mayor or the CEO may external parties attend the meeting. That's in direct conflict with this section that you're proposing to include. Could I suggest, Mayor, if you'd like to amend this section, that we also make an amendment to that first paragraph on page 6, so it's not in conflict.
I think, I would say that paragraph that you're talking about, that last one, is where we are inviting people to come and speak to us whether the session is open or not. So I understand what you're saying. I'm just working out how to clarify.
Well, if it's open to the public, then people may attend. I don't see how someone could attend a council meeting that was a confidential session of council without how like we wouldn't ordinarily allow the public to remain in the room during a confidential session of council, so I wouldn't imagine we'd invite the public into a...
No, this is inviting third parties where we require them for the purposes of the briefing that we're doing.
Oh, I see, like a consultant or...
Yes, or a government body or someone that is going to,
Maybe some clarity there needs to be put in.
It does say consultant, contractor or guest in it.
So a guest would be a member of the public.
I suppose guest needs some clarity, yeah, I can see that.
and yes, we probably should deal with this amendment and then go back and talk about whether you're moving another amendment. So as regard, Councillor Bartley, do you want to speak to this particular amendment?
Just to make a general observation, I think we're building policy on the run. First time we saw this policy was 3 weeks ago. I know it was stated we were all working very hard on it. First time I saw it was 3 weeks ago after the ordinary meeting. So now we're coming forward with all these different ideas to put into policy. I know we gave some feedback after we saw it, but we're actually sitting around the table starting to change it significantly now. So we're actually building policy on the run, and that is not a good thing for council to do.
Councillor Bartley, I don't think that was the first time this policy in draft was seen, because this policy was presented to us at a CIS before that.
I stand corrected, but it was the first time I saw it.
It was presented to us
It was
when
presented to us in January.
Steve Johnson was the CEO.
Yes, exactly. And asked for feedback. So I appreciate what you're saying, but the draft has been in front of councillors for quite some time. Whether it's front of mind or not, it was not seen for the first time 3 weeks ago. It has been circulated before then.
I just want to say, isn't this where we debate any agenda item? This is what we're meant to do. So this is what we are doing, I believe.
Can I just make some general inquiries about what I've got out of this?
On this amendment, not on the policy
On the
itself.
policy itself.
We'll go back to
Yep.
debate the policy once we deal with the amendments. So does anyone else want to speak to that amendment? No, okay. Shall we go to a vote on that amendment? All in favour? That's everyone except councillors Wantling and Bartley. Those against, just to check. Yeah, against councillors Bartley and Wantling.
Yeah, just maybe to make some clarity around that next paragraph, I'd like to propose an amendment that we just add an extra word in there saying external persons may attend closed councillor briefing sessions upon the invitation of the mayor or CEO.
Thank you for that amendment. Do I have
Yes.
Yes.
Could I just
Just-
wait for Maria
yeah.
to, I'm just, so this was the paragraph that we just put in.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And just
The
below.
one that starts external persons,
Yeah.
Marion, yep,
So we're amending this one.
yeah.
So maybe actually rather than close, maybe we should use the word confidential, that way it leaves it consistent.
Can I just, sorry, I'll just read it over. Sorry, this is. Okay, councillor Richter, so.
Just between the words attend and counsellor, insert the word confidential. I think that makes it clear.
Mary, would you mind just highlighting that, just so we can see it, just highlight the word confidential?
Okay, so councillor Richters is moving that amendment. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Haslett, thank you. Does anyone else want to speak about that amendment before we put that to the vote? No, all in favour? That's everyone except councillors Bartley and Wantling, and those against? Bartley and Wantling, thank you. Okay. Does anyone else have any additional amendment motions? No, so we will go back to the policy itself. The Deputy Mayor had spoken for the policy. Do I have someone speaking against the policy? Thank you, councillor Bartley.
Madam Mayor, I'm disappointed to say the least. It's certainly heavily swayed this policy in limiting the access of the public to our information sessions. There was never any suggestion that the public could have access to a workshop. It was mainly the information sessions. It worked very well in the last term of council where the public could come in and the media, and it actually benefited the council by suggesting these were the future decisions that council will be making and some of the thoughts or questions that were raised. It basically alerted the community to what, be very careful the way we use it. We should not bring any misrepresentations on council through disseminating information. We have to be very careful about it. I understand that, but unfortunately, as Councillor Wendell quite rightly said in the first paragraph, it was about transparency. The purpose is to provide transparency around council decision making. Well, this contravenes itself in that we're not supplying transparency at all. We're closing them. Basically, only will be certain people be allowed by invitation or otherwise. Basically, it's to give the community a reason why we won't be allowing them access into our information sessions. That's what this policy does.
Thank you, councillor Bartley. Do I have someone speaking for the motion? Councillor Haslett?
Basically saying the same as what councillor Bartley said, but in speaking for it. Yes, it gives clarity around why there are certain things that we discuss in this room as councillors which need to be kept confidential for lots of different reasons. And, you know, there's not the time to go into them today, but for exactly the reasons that you've just spoken against it, I would be speaking for it. It gives clarity around these questions so that people in the public understand why there are some things that you do get an invitation to come along and listen to and some things you don't.
Thank you, councillor Haslett. Councillor Wantling, were you wanting to speak against? Yeah.
This policy is presented is not just a set of guidelines for an internal process. It's a fundamental shift in how we engage with the very people we were elected to represent. Let me be clear, this is a new policy, not a revision of an existing one. And at its core, it builds to restrict public access to council briefing sessions, briefings and workshops. Section 5 states it plainly. The public is not entitled to attend. That one line alone should raise alarm bells. This entire policy originated because of a notice of motion submitted in good faith, asking for the public to be allowed into these sessions in the name of openness. Instead, what we ended up with this policy that formalised exclusion, that is, in my view, is a step backwards. The justification being given in that workshop aren't formal decision-making forums, and while that may be technically true, section 3.4 of this very policy acknowledges that briefings allow councillors to shape the direction of council. So if that's where the idea was floated, refined and often informally agreed upon, then why are we saying the public has no place there? Let's also look at 4.3, which declares that all information shared in workshop is to be considered confidential unless someone decides otherwise. This flips transparency on its head. In any good governance model, confidentiality is the exception, not the rule, but here it's a default. That leads me to a bigger issue, legality versus principle. I've reviewed the Local Government Act 2009, and while it doesn't ban closed-door workshops, it does set out foundational principles we're supposed to abide by with transparency and effectiveness. Does this policy reflect those values? I don't believe it does. In fact, I believe in conflict with the spirit and arguably the intent of the Act. Under Section 4 of the Act, our decisions must serve the public interest. Under Section 254J of the regulation, closed meetings are only justified in specific circumstances. Like legal advice or contracts, this policy creates an entirely new, much broader category of confidential activity that isn't publicly defensible. Joel spoke before about the CEO and Mayor, and guests or staff to attend briefings. You've amended that. Let me say this, there are 9 councillors elected to serve in the region. 9 voices, 9 perspectives, 9 sets of community concerns. Yet this policy gives just 2 people the power to control who else is allowed in the room. No mention of input from other councillors, no process for a councillor to invite a resident, a local expert or even a stakeholder affected by the matter we discuss. That's not collaboration, that's control. And I don't think that's how good governance should look. If we vote this policy in, we are creating a framework that allows councillors to collectively discuss and shape direction in private. Automatically labels every item shared as confidential, locks the public out, and even limits input from most of the councillors in the room. I didn't get elected to operate behind closed doors. I was elected to represent people in the open. And while I accept that some matters must be discussed in confidence, that doesn't justify closing the door on everyone. I can go on and on. I will not support a policy that builds a wall between councillors and the public, or between councillors themselves and as such. I will be voting against this policy.
Thank you, Councillor Wantling. I might speak for the motion. And I would like to remind everyone that our door is open here every month for our council meetings. This is where decisions are made, and this is where the public can come along and watch us debate and watch us talk about council policy, should they want. You know, we encourage people to attend, but as like today, we don't get a lot of people from the public who want to come along and watch these meetings. But if they do, the door is always open, and this is where people can participate and watch council meetings. Under the Local Government Act, all decisions of council must be made in an open meeting, and that is where we do it here. We do not do it in briefing sessions. No decisions are made in briefing sessions, and the policy reflects that we have in front of us. And that is how we comply with the transparency obligation under the Local Government Act. I've made a lot of inquiries over the past few months, and I have not yet found another council in Queensland, or in fact in Australia, that opens their briefing sessions to the public. That doesn't mean that we should always follow the herd, but it should give us pause for thought as to why this is the case. And it's all around how do we create the best environment for robust decision making. We need to ensure that we have the best information available when matters come to these council meetings, and that councillors have had the opportunity to ask the questions that help develop a detailed and robust staff report. Sometimes it's the dumb questions that most help in the decision-making process, but would we stifle them being asked in front of the media and the public? To create an environment where everyone can participate to their fullest, councillors must feel safe in asking all of their questions and be able to develop their skills and understanding outside the public gaze. And staff must feel safe in giving us their frank and fearless advice. Open sessions will invariably mean we only have the most senior staff available to us for questions, and this will not only restrict our access to those directly working on matters, but will potentially slow the development of our mid-level and junior staff. Because it is not anticipated at all under the Queensland legislation that briefing sessions might be open, the powers needed by councils only apply to these council meetings. In particular, there is no statutory power to close a briefing session once it is open. So we would get into the situation where we would be unable to move into a confidential situation in a briefing session if a confidential matter was raised. We have no power to close those sessions once they're open. And that's why it's particularly, this policy is important to say when it is open and when it's not, because the legislation simply doesn't give us that power. An ordinary council meeting does have the statutory power to go into confidential, but the matters listed are very short. Closing the meeting can be subject to debate to ensure the matter truly is considered genuinely confidential by a majority of councillors. In a briefing session, we can't have that debate because you can't debate in a briefing session. For these reasons, some briefing sessions and workshops are not open to the public for good reason, and this has always been the case in previous councils. While some sessions have been open in the past, many were closed for exactly the same reasons I have made today. We do encourage public participation in the development of policies and plans and in decision making. There are many ways that residents can be involved, including coming along to our open public meetings once a month, writing to council, by deputations requested under council's meeting policy, and either an individual or a group can address our meetings, and by doing objections or submissions when council is considering certain matters such as planning applications or the making of local laws. I think this policy gives clarity around why briefing sessions are structured the way they are, but I do think that, like most councils in Queensland and in Australia, we need to ensure that we create the right environment for robust decision making, and I think this policy reflects a good balance for that. Thank you. Any other councillors speaking for or against? Councillor Rickers?
Yeah, Mayor, I've always been supportive of councils and, for that matter, state and local government, state and federal governments, to be more open and transparent to the community than what they have been in the past. I had great hopes when we first started talking about this policy that we were going to come up with some position which does balance the things that you've talked about, but lent more towards the sessions being open to the public than what this policy has allowed for. Acknowledging that there does need to be things that we discuss behind closed doors. I think there are a lot of things that we discuss that don't necessarily need to be. And for me, I would have liked to see this policy's default position be that the sessions are open to the public attending in the gallery. And then for us to work out a way of allowing us to close them when they need to be. There has to be a way for us to be able to do that. And if we are the ones that are to lead the charge, then maybe we need to set the standard and make what we do unique. I find it difficult when, with the policy we've got at the moment, it starts off listing the types of sessions that we have. The first one listed is engagement and deputations, which then doesn't hardly get a mention throughout the rest of the document. However, that's meant to be at the very beginning of the document what we're talking about. I think that we could have done more to make transparency available to the public through these missions. I'm still a firm believer that we should have some committees within council where councillors can discuss things before they become to to an OCM in an open forum. So I appreciate that you have added a little bit more extra through an amendment, which I think is great, but it still doesn't go quite far enough for me, so I still can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. And I would note that as regards engagement, we of course have to develop an engagement policy which is separate to the briefings policy. So,
Madam Mayor, no it's not. It says 4.2, types of sessions, engagement, deputations, briefing sessions, workshops.
yeah, serious.
I would like to speak for the motion, please. So I believe that having robust conversation is very important. Having a gallery in every information session will restrict the information being presented by staff. I think the amendment is very clear that the Mayor made previously and fair to when the public should be invited into briefing sessions. No decisions are made in these briefing sessions and we are simply receiving information. While we worked through this policy earlier in the month, or a few weeks ago rather, the advice was clear from LGAQ that we should not open all of our sessions. So I think we should heed that advice. I have been elected to be an effective councillor and I think having robust conversation is part of that. And like the Mayor mentioned earlier, the OCMs are open to the public every month. And we rarely ever see anyone in here, so I don't think, so I encourage people to come along and have a look at what we do as a council in this room.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Pigeon, did you want to speak for or against the motion?
There's been a lot of good points raised for and against. I am for the policy. I believe that I want to be part of a progressive council. I want to see us move forward for the region, and I believe that this policy allows us to do so.
Thank you. Okay, and did you want to write a reply, Councillor Windle?
I'm happy for us just to go to the vote. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All in favour? It's Councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Dean, Windle and Hamilton. And those against, McDonald, Richters, Watling and Bartley. Thank
Do we
you.
have a division recorded on that, please, Madam Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bartley. Okay. Moving on to item 12.3, we have a recommendation that council appoint the Mayor or a councillor as council's representative on the Country University Centre Southern Downs Community Alliance panel. Do I have a mover for that?
Happy to move.
Councillor Windle, thank you.
Sorry,
We will have to, yes.
Yeah, do we want to move that first and then appoint the person, or do you want me to do an amendment right from the start?
We just have to decide who. Yeah.
You need a second
Yeah,
to get the
we'll
motion
get
on
a
the
second,
floor and then have a
Councillor Haslett.
Yep. So Haslett's seconding, so
Yes.
Haslett.
Yes, Councillor Haslett seconded, so yes, back to you, Councillor Windle.
Okay, so I think this is a great move, but we do need to make a decision about who that representative will be. I'd like to nominate Mayor Melissa Hamilton to be that representative on that committee. Do you want me to? Sarah?
I'll second that motion.
Councillor Haslett's seconded, but yes, speaking for,
Perfect.
that's fine.
That's for seconding the amendment
The
though.
amendment.
Oh, the amendment to the Mayor, yes, sorry.
Are you doing an amendment
Yes.
to list the person? Is that what's happening?
To delete or a councillor. Yeah, I'll come to. Yeah, I would like to say that the Country University Centre, the Uni Hub, is a really important, important facility for the region in allowing people better access to tertiary education without having to move away. And given its importance, I would certainly be happy to be the representative on that panel, at least initially, while we go through the feedback into the CUC. I think over time it would be good to involve as well the portfolio holder, and I'll try to do that. I would try to do that from the outset while I was the representative, actually making sure that there was involvement across the council group and with the portfolio holder. Councillor McDonald.
My concern is, Madam Mayor, that we have portfolios. We were allocated them for a reason. I think that I'm confident in our portfolio holder actually taking charge of that.
Assume you're referring to me.
Yes, I am.
So I'm happy to speak to that. I'm the council representative on SDIEA, which is a fellow educational institution for adults or for, I'd say, tertiary level, but take that as you will there. While the Country University Hub is in its early stages, there's some issues there where I feel like a conflict could arise between those two organisations, and I actually think it would be better to have two separate people for the time being until all that's ironed out, and then going forward revisit it. So I'm very comfortable in this case of not, I don't think I would be comfortable sitting on both SDIEA and CUC, and I am already appointed to SDIEA at the moment, so that's my response to that, but thank you for the vote of confidence.
The almost vote, because we won't go to a vote of confidence.
Yes.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak?
I'd just like to make sure that it's noted for the public that it's the mayor being appointed to this position, and in the event that the mayor changes, the appointment changes with that.
That's an important note to make, yes.
Yes, correct. It's appointing the role, not the person.
Correct.
Yes. Thank you.
So we're
Councillor
voting on the amendment to the...
We'll vote on the
Recommendation.
amendment and then, yes,
Thank you.
vote on the motion itself. So does anyone else want to speak to the amendment?
I'll just have to change that. Nominate the mayor.
I'm just getting in early on the vote.
Oh, okay.
It's gone away.
You won't show your hand or anything.
Okay. All those in favour? That's councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Richters, Dean, Windle and Hamilton, and those against McDonald, Wantling and Bartley. And then going back to the amended motion, does anyone want to speak to that, or have we covered things in the amendment? Okay, putting that to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The same as the amendment motion, Mary. Actually, it's time to, yeah. Okay, I'm going to move, I think we actually, yes, we do the staff ones in the meeting and then we adjourn for morning tea. So, councillors, we have quite a few staff today who are reaching milestones with the organisation. And of course, it's not just a matter of thanking them for working for council, but it's a matter of thanking them for their public service to the community, because council is so important to the community and they perform a really important role in continuing to work for council for 30, 35 and 40 years service, I think we have for today, so
That's a long time.
Are we presenting these now, Mayor?
we are.
In the interest of proper due process, then I'd like to move that we suspend standing orders to allow for the presentations of staff reports. It is not on the agenda and it can't be on the agenda unless you suspend standing orders.
It's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda.
First page.
First page, presentation of recognition of service certificates.
I thought 13.1 was next, but rightio. Move on. So if that's the case, my apologies. No, 12.3 and then 13.1.
It's like the deputation though, councillor Richards, we might look at how we list these, but yes.
It was scheduled for 10:30 and
Yes, and it's now 10:30.
We either suspend standing orders or we adjourn and we close the meeting.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Joe's suggesting we need to suspend standing orders to do this, but I don't think so, do you? If he wants to.
Heard that.
Start presentation. Yeah. Good morning and thank you for coming along. We were just actually talking about how important it is that we don't just thank you for working for council, but for working for the community. And such a long period of public service is really to be commended. And I'm going to hand over to the general managers who are going to talk us through your service here today.
Very good. And through you, Mayor, I just want to, on behalf of all the council and the councillors here today, commend you for your service. It's an absolute fabulous thing that your commitment to the community and the council has been for such long periods of time, and the legacy and the hard work you've delivered to the community is so well regarded and respected, and hence we wanted to make sure this was a special time for. So thank you so much for coming in. If you don't mind, Mayor, I might actually go through each person, because I think after 30 to 40 years we can spare a few minutes to give a little bit of an update.
Can.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, Thomas, if you'd like to step forward for the council. Thomas has been here for 30 years and is one of our truck drivers in the Works Department. Today we recognise Thomas for achieving a number of things over that 30 years. He started work as a labourer, Thomas, in 1995, and was originally part of the concrete crew and also the washdown bay at the Yangon Road Depot. And he has since worked his way up to be a plant operator and a water truck driver for us, and does an absolutely fabulous job. During the 3 decades of Tom's work for us, he spent many times and challenges in all over our civil projects. He worked on countless projects for the community and the district through that time, and we've also had some great stories from Tom as well. So thank you, Tom. Great yarns. And his dedication. We've also got a little bit of stubbornness, which I love, in terms of commitment to get things done right and correct the first time. And he's got a huge love for our road and drainage across the area as well. And he's also earned his place as, I wouldn't want to say, but the team called part of our furniture here, Tom, so thank you so much. We thank Tom for getting to work, committing to his service to the community, and being such a familiar face, and personally for welcoming me when I came on board last year, Tom, so it's been an absolute pleasure. So congratulations, Tom, on your 30 years of service, and I would like to...
Thank you, Tom.
I do.
Yeah, great. Next, we have Shane Johnson. So Shane, if you'd like to step forward. Shane has been with us for 35 years, Shane. So absolutely fabulous. A plant operator with our grader and works department. Shane's been working for council since March 1990. Started at the ripe old age of 16, is that right, Shane?
16.
Yep, and was a trainee initially for our construction crew, and at the time Peter Crisp was his foreman. So being the granite belt, there was a need for a track roll drill, and Shane spent many years drilling rock for our road constructions. We know there's so much rock around here, so, and I'm sure he loves $1 for every hole he drilled and got rid of the rock there, Shane, so well done. Shane spent also time in the concrete crew, which is one of our harder jobs, and he was involved in a lot of the curb and channel projects around the town streets, and that's a great legacy to leave for our district as well, Shane. So he then took on the position of ganger, with one of the construction crews in Stanthorpe and has learned many skills and gives advice to all of our younger guys and all our older guys as well. Shane moved into the grader position about 15 years ago, I think it was, Shane.
Yeah.
So been there. He loves the grader. He's a wonderful work ethic, just like Tom, and he's got a huge knowledge for our construction crews across the Southern Downs. And again, for Shane, making me feel so welcome when I came on board as well. Thank you so much, Shane. It was great to have you on board. So congratulations, Shane, for your 35 years. I'll kindly ask the Mayor to present you. Thank you. And next, by no means last, Andrew. Andrew has been with us.
Of that department.
Andrew wasn't worried. Andrew's been with
Only in
us.
engineering. I've got you.
Andrew's been with us for 40 years. So Andrew, thank you so much. Andrew commenced in February 1985, and that was with the former Glengallenshire Council. So that's a bit of history in itself, isn't it? And he. I think he must have been about 10 when he joined, because he still looks pretty good. He's got his maroon on today, so thank you, Andrew. Andrew has come up through the ranks and outstayed almost every technical person within the council. He has a huge knowledge that transports across his 40 years with us, and is a great person on our team. He's also probably designed most of the recent year's works, and he's had a hand in all the other designs as well. So just great legacy that Andrew's left as well. Andrew is our regular go-to guy for all of our specifications, our design issues, our traffic management, and has just got a huge wealth of information for our council as well. And he also is a huge asset to us. And again, thank you, Andrew, for making me feel welcome and also working so hard for the team for the 40 years. It's a truly wonderful legacy you've done, and the commitment to the community as well. And thank you so much, and you're very much appreciated by all the council staff, colleagues and the councillors. So thank you, Andrew. And I'll kindly ask
And then I think, absolutely last, but definitely not least, we have Matt Murphy. So Council, today we're celebrating Matt's 30 years of service with us. Matt's currently a local laws officer looking after pest management. But you're a classic story, aren't you, that you started with council on a 7-week program with Parks and Gardens and just didn't want to leave. So, despite the fact he started with Parks and Gardens in February 1995, after one day on the job, Matt was approached to go and work with the facilities team, which sounds like it was a wide and varied role. Is everything here from grave digging, which was largely done by hand in those days, cleaning of offices, the libraries, the public toilets, animal control, disposal of dead animals from the roads. That all just sounds really not my idea of fun, but good on you. And also setting up and packing up for functions in the Stanthorpe Civic Centre. He then moved into a permanent role with Parks and Gardens in industrial mowing. And seriously, you got offered a job in the car park?
Yep.
That's a change in HR process these days. So you
The
stayed.
job was done, yeah.
Yeah, it was. So you stayed with Parks and Gardens for another 15 years and then helped out around in various things. And after the amalgamation, moved into environmental compliance with local laws, roadside weed spraying, pest management, bit of time there in the sewage treatment area, and then now back into local laws and pest management. So that's an amazing time. And as someone who's worked in local government for 30 years, I really appreciate the fact that you still turn up, you still contribute to the community, and we really value that. So thank you so much, Matt. Oh, goody. I'm staying out of photos. I just wanted to check.
Is that for the press as well?
Hi, could we just have a photo of everyone all together, please?
And maybe with the councillors?
Yeah, thank you, that'd be good.
Come on. Thank you, and we reconvene at 11:41. We're up to item 13.1, financial services, and we have a recommendation that council receive and note the financial performance report as at 31 May 2025. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Richters and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. Any discussion on that one, councillors? No, all in favour? Unanimous, thank you. And item 13.2, we have a recommendation that council receive and note the minutes from the Southern Downs Youth Council meeting on 15 May 2025. Councillor Haslett, would you move as portfolio holder? Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Richters, thank you. Do we have any discussion on that item? No. All in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. Moving on to the infrastructure services reports. Item 14.1, we have a recommendation that council note the public engagement feedback regarding the additional EV charging sites in the Southern Downs Regional Council community. Continue the conditional acceptance of the NRMA Electric Highways P2I Ltd to build, own and operate two 150 kilowatt to 180 kilowatt ultra rapid DC fast charger unit solution at the council proposed location within Australiana Park, Warwick, and withdraw the conditional acceptance of the iCharge Solutions International for the desired location in Waroona Park, Stanthorpe for 160 kilowatt and 122 kilowatt charger. Do I have a, I might move in second. Mover and seconder. Have you moved that one? Councillor Haslett and a seconder. Councillor Richters, thank you. Councillor Pigeon.
Before we go any further, Mayor, I'd just like to let everyone know that on Monday evening I received a text message from a submitter. I never applied to it. However, I want to leave it up to my fellow colleagues whether I stay in the room and vote for this or leave.
Mayor, I'll move that Councillor Pigeon is able to remain and vote.
Thank you.
Happy to second that.
And Councillor Wendell second. Happy to go to a vote on that. No questions. All in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pigeon. Going back to the recommendation. I actually have a question. Sorry, for the staff. When it talks about the proposed location within Australiana Park, Warwick, are we still negotiating the exact location of where that would be in the park?
Thank you, Member Leslie. Yes, we can still negotiate that. It's generally near the top end, but there has been some consideration to the drive-through areas so that we can have charging for vehicles towing caravans, etc. So still up for negotiation.
Okay, thank you.
Question as well, Madam Mayor. We have a Australiana Park master plan.
Yes.
How does it fit within our master plan? Does it fit?
I've assessed it, Councillor, and that's fine. It, the master plan was written in 2004, I think, from memory.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it was quite specific what it spelt out in that, what Australiana Park was to be used for.
Yeah.
And it would be good if all councillors could avail themselves of a copy of that eventually. Because it's quite specific.
During there, it's still within the intent of the master plan.
So, through you, Mayor, just on, so the children's play area, can we make sure that it doesn't go in front of them? Because I think that was a major concern with a lot of the public, wasn't it? Or
it's getting the electricity in is one issue. If we put it in some areas where we'd have to dig up the sealed areas of the car park, it would be a lot more expensive.
So there is, we're swaying towards putting them in front of the children's play areas there.
Through the Mayor, it would be preferable to see it in a place where the person charging their vehicle could go and sit in a shelter or walk down to get a coffee and come back and sit at a shelter. The shelters happen to be in front of the play area, yes. But there is 10 metres gap between all that, the car park and the play area.
I believe the concern relating to the play area is relating to potential fire hazard with the electricity supply and safety of children. If the staff could please we might need some education around the safety of those units because I think there's a perception that kids could run up and put their hands onto, a live electric thing, which isn't the case. But if you could check the safety concerns in deciding upon the site, then I think that would address some of the issues. Councillor Pigeon?
Through you, Mayor, is it possible to build another table and chairs away from that area if we were to put the charges just so it wasn't right in front of the kids' play area, that people could still sit and charge but would not be directly affected by the play area?
Through you, Mayor, certainly we can do that, Councillor. It would be contrary to the policy where we're not investing any money.
Councillor Dillon?
I personally think the area that it's in, if there's no safety concerns in terms of children hurting themselves on the charges, I don't see why it is a bad spot to have it, just in terms of having, if you have, a grandparent or a parent, it's very convenient to have, right there for the kids, so you don't have to walk around the car park with your kids to go to the play area. So if we do have those safety concerns addressed, I think that it is a good spot if you have kids with you and you want to take them to the park. So I am, supportive of that.
Question, where are we at with the other charges at Acacia Avenue?
Through you, Mayor, Councillor, University of Queensland have given us final acknowledgement that they're relinquishing the site to us. Council will take ownership of the site on the 15th of August. We are negotiating with another party, another provider, to take the site over.
And when do we hope that to happen by?
I can't give you a definite date, as soon as possible after the 15th of August.
Yes, and I think the report notes that we are also still negotiating on that, trying to get a provider for that town hall site, so that's ongoing as well.
We haven't advertised that yet, but that's the plan. Ergon have put in a new transformer in that area, which has capacity for EV charging.
Okay.
And questions to the manager, for the benefit of the public, could you just clarify who will be responsible for the maintenance and the servicing if this goes ahead, and who will it cost, and who will reap the benefits of those fees?
Through the Mayor, thank you, Councillor. Under the policy, there is no cost to council. We're not investing any money. It's hoped that some sites may actually give us a small income, very small. We will get a lease fee for the site, but we are not investing any money. The income will go to the provider. Whether the provider offers it as a free service or not is a commercial decision for the provider. There was another question about impacts on infrastructure. That's entirely up to the provider, Ergon and Powerlink, as to whether there's sufficient power there. But we have no influence on that. All we are doing is providing land for a lease and a licence to occupy.
Do we have any other questions before we move to debating the motion? Councillor.
One quick question. So I just really want to clarify, are we going to be let know about the safety concerns of where the location actually is in the end, or will it just go ahead? I just want to clarify that.
Certainly, through you, Mayor, to bring that back as
an update.
Yeah, okay.
And is there any clauses within the lease documents if the event was to be left in disrepute into the future?
So through the lease specifies that they have to return the site to its current condition if they leave. So if they default on it and take the site away, they have to return it back to current condition.
Just ask one other quick question. So if this approval goes ahead, how soon will they be built so that we can have these charging stations up and running?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, I'm not sure, councillor, sooner rather than later, I would hope. My understanding is that there's a fair whack of investment on their part, and they have to get, it is funded from federal government as well, because it's part of the superhighway investment, so there will be approvals that they will need to go through as well.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay. So, who did I have moving the motion? Councillor Haslett, do you want to speak for the motion?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. I am happy to move this motion. I think it is imperative that Warwick gets a reasonably fast, at least, electric vehicle charger. They haven't had one for a number of months now. In terms of the full recommendation, it's being recommended that we don't approve the one in Stanthorpe, and I'm comfortable with that because Stanthorpe has one already that works, but it is actually causing detriment to Warwick, to tourists coming to Warwick, stopping in Warwick by not having an electric vehicle charger in the city of Warwick. And we absolutely need to get one. This location is one that is, we're obviously having long discussions to make sure that we get it right. Hopefully we will get it right, but it is a place that is obviously the company in question would like to use, so I think that's a part of it, and that will then come at no cost to council, which is part of what we're trying to do here as well. But I hope that this will be the first of more to come with this, because electric vehicle chargers are the way of the future. It is a simple reality, and we can hide in the sand, put our heads in the sand, or not. And we want to bring, I believe, more people through Warwick, so we need to get this done.
Thank you, Councillor Haslett. Do we have anyone speaking against the motion? Councillor Bartley?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I guess I was a councillor in the day that we built the Australiana Park Master Plan. That master plan was predicated on the fact it would be a fully recreational park. And one of the passionate councillors that drove the master plan wanted it for public use just to bring the younger people out. And I think the Ride for Safety is one of the most brilliant initiatives ever put in, and it's very popular, where the parents take their children to this little park and they ride around as if they're actually driving vehicles, and there's stop signs and there's everything. That was an amazing initiative, and it was brought about by a young person in Warwick. We're trying to promote that as a fully recreational park. I think this diminishes the effect of the master plan. I don't believe it fits within the master plan if you read it carefully, and that's why I raised it. I would rather see it go down, put near the dog off leash park. It's probably more appropriate rather than having it around children. It is built for children in that area, and I'm very concerned about the intent of why we use it for children, and particularly the amount of extra traffic raised where there's smaller people using it. And I think we may constrain future expansion of those activities for children in that park. So I won't be supporting it. I believe there's more appropriate sites. It says in the report we're still trying to get that one that is in situ up and working. If that happens, that'll relieve some of the pressure, and it may be an easier fix than trying to sort this new location out. But we've probably picked low-hanging fruit to go to Australiana Park in some respects. I think we can find a better place that won't impact on future use of a bit of prime real estate that has been identified as a recreational area for children.
Okay, anyone else speaking for the motion? Councillor Dean?
So yeah, I would like to speak for the motion. Just having a look at some stats online, there's currently 56,000 EV cars in Queensland, and the trend is increasing. And so having just one charger won't suffice in a few years. So having a look at Australiana Park and having one back in the CBD eventually is obviously the goal. But some of the submitters mentioned that why don't we just focus on the CBD, but we're going to eventually have to have multiple charging stations anyway. And like a few of you mentioned before, we are deterring tourists that have EV chargers from coming because they simply cannot charge their vehicles. So I definitely think that I am supporting the charging station at Australiana Park today.
Thank you. Against? Councillor McDonald?
I would concur with the sentiments of my colleague, Councillor Bartley. And when I say that, it's nothing to do with being against having the charger. I actually agree with my colleague, Moana, in regards to the need from a tourism perspective. However, is that the most appropriate location for it? Safety of our children should be absolutely paramount. If that was the master plan and it was designed to ensure that we are not attracting people that are sitting for longer periods of time and, you know, with the potential that children and their families could be viewed for longer periods of time or otherwise, depending on whatever the circumstances are, we're trying to look after the safety of our children. And I do agree that there are other parks that we might need to look at, or we should look at, which aren't directly concerned with children. And I think that is very, very important in this day and age. We've seen in other circumstances, young, well, not necessarily children, but well, some of them are, yes, children and young adolescents be abducted. These are things that we need to be aware of. We train our children in strange danger. We certainly don't want to make sure, or we do want to make sure that they're not put in that position by people just driving in and being able to recharge their cars. So let's take a look at an appropriate location. That's my comment.
Councillor Windle.
Just in reflection to those comments from Councillor Bartley and Councillor McDonald, I understand what you're saying, but you know, people with children actually drive EVs as well, not just single people or people with no children. So for me, I think it's probably, even as a grandparent, if I had an electric car, which I don't, I'd probably be happy to go and park out there and charge it and while my grandchildren played in the park, rather than pull up somewhere on the side of a road where there's nothing for them to do while I charge my car. So you've got to look at that aspect as well. So there are those people out there who have children, and as far as having a near the dog off leash park, children go there too. So any open space that you have in our region is available for people with children to go to. So I don't know whether you're going to be able to come up with another location where we don't have children. Thank you.
You're speaking against Councillor Wanling, yeah?
I support Ross, Councillor Bartley and Councillor McDonald. Actually, I can't believe we're having this discussion, that we're discussing placing these in front of children's playground. It's beyond me why we're discussing that when we could put them away from there. You know, we have disabled kids that use those car parks as well. I know there's parks for them, there's a lot of kids that use that area. We should be able to find a better position than this.
Thank you. Are you speaking for Councillor Richters?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that, like what Councillor Dean said, eventually we need to have electric car chargers everywhere, not just in this park and that park and this corner and that corner. We're going to need them everywhere. Our shopping centres are going to have to become electronic vehicle chargers. Council will at some stage need to install electric chargers for our own fleet in our own car park. So I think that, you know, having this debate now is so insignificant compared to what the debate will be in a few years' time, when we're looking at having tens of these, if not hundreds. So I think that for all the same reasons why you're saying, many of you are saying that we shouldn't have it in front of a kid's playground, can be conversely turned around to many of the reasons why you should have it in front of a kid's playground. You know, even if you talk about the fact that, well, maybe there's 2 car parks there that don't get used as regularly as what maybe other car parks were. Now we're actually improving child safety by not having so many people there. Vehicles that are being charged are going to be left there for a longer period of time. Less movements of vehicles, better for child safety than it is against child safety. So I think for every argument why you shouldn't have a charger somewhere, there's a conversely good argument for why you should. I think that the fact that we don't have these chargers right this minute is deplorable. We should never have been put in a situation where Warwick was left without an electronic vehicle charger. and the sooner we get them put in place, the better. And then we need to hurry up and get Acacia Avenue sorted out. And then we need to go back to the community and find many, many more places where more of these charges need to go so that we encourage more visitors to our region and encourage people to move away from fossil fuel vehicles where they can within the means of their home lives and move towards renewable energy. So I think that this is just the tip of the iceberg, and I hope that everyone can see that it's for the good reasons.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. Councillor Pigeon?
I support this in the fact that it's close to the highway. The fact it's a fast charger, people aren't going to be there for very long. However, I do not want to see it right in front of the playground. I think locality is a very important part of it, and I really want to be consulted about where we put that, even if it is that we have to invest in a table and chairs slightly down away from out the front of the car park. That might be something to look at. However, we do need to embrace electric chargers in this region. We are moving forward, it is the future, and we need to embrace it. I would like to see just a little bit more thought and consideration go into the locality of the position.
Thank you, Councillor Pigeon, and I'll speak for the motion as well. Like most of those speaking for the motion, I just think that the impact this is having on Warwick, both from a tourism and a business perspective in not having an EV charger, is substantial, particularly with some of our big events coming up. I've received a lot of correspondence from people from outside the region just saying that they won't be coming to our events because we don't have a charger in the vicinity. And while at the moment that's small, it is growing and it's going to have an impact. I think it's also particularly important to point out the process here. We didn't decide on this site. This site was not chosen by us in this room. We actually had preferred locations, and when we went out to tender, no providers wanted to be in the sites we had chosen as the preferred locations. And I think that's important to note, that while we say there are better places, we asked about them and we got no take up. So in an option between staying with no EV charger and being flexible to what the commercial entities who run these chargers, where they want to be located, we've got to reach a middle ground or we'll just be left with nothing still. So we obviously went out. I do think continuing to negotiate on some of those preferred sites like the Town Hall and the specific location in Australiana Park is important. But I do think that we have to reflect that people do not make money out of EV chargers. They are currently loss-leading scenarios and people do it for other reasons. People like the NRMA and RACQ and government organisations, they have a set of requirements as to where they site like their EV chargers, and we have to actually acknowledge that if we want it to be done at no cost to ratepayers, that will mean meeting those providers halfway. I agree with the Deputy Mayor that a lot of EV drivers themselves have children, and I actually think that having our parks better used is safer for everyone. You know, a park with no one around is not as safe for kids as a park with quite a few people around where nothing can happen. And I do think in the master plan it includes existing car parks, and to me there is no difference between a car park with a car sitting there and a car park with a car charging. Those are, to me, the same use, and so I think it does fit within the master plan. I also agree that we should encourage better use of all of our public spaces, and I think that having EV chargers in multiple locations actually creates scenarios where people mix and mingle. For those who haven't noticed, when we did have the charger in Acacia Avenue, it was always full of people. There were people chatting, there were people talking, there were people interacting. So a place that had been a corner of an unused car park actually became much more inhabited by people and a much more social site. So I think actually having them near facilities, particularly around picnic shelters and playgrounds, means that people can pull up and actually make use of those facilities. So for all those reasons, I'll be voting for the motion today. Do you want a right reply, councillor Haslett?
Thank you. I did want to write a reply, and I think you've just taken all the words that I was going to say. But basically, for the comments on the master plan and it being a fully recreational park, I buy that. That's fine. But that master plan had a car park in it, right? You've got to have a car park so that people can come and use the park in the first place. An EV charger is simply a car park that happens to have a charger at the end of it. It is nothing more than a car park like every other car park. And people need to go to that park in a vehicle so that their kids can play there. Most would. Few would walk there. Most would drive there. So it doesn't change that, and I agree with everything the Mayor has just said. It actually encourages more people to use the park, not less, and that makes it safer, not less safe.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to a vote on that. All in favour? That's councillors Pidgeon, Haslett, Richters, Dean, Windle and Hamilton. And those against? Councillors McDonald, Wantling and Bartley.
Call a division on that, please, Madam Mayor.
Yep, thank you, councillor Bartley. Moving on to item 14.2. The first of 4 motions on road naming. We have a recommendation that council name the unnamed road connected to lot 461 SP 303977 Gilbard Road, Dalcouth as Bogue. Do I have a mover for that? We need to move in second and then I'll come back to you, councillor Watley.
Or it needs lapse.
You're happy to move?
Happy to move the motion, yep.
Councillor Haslett and seconded councillor Dean. Yes, councillor Wantling, you want an amendment?
Yep. Can I move that the officer's recommendation be amended by replacing the proposed road name Bogue with Gasperin Lane in recognition of a multi-generational contribution of the Gasperin family to the Dalcouth district.
Thank
How do you
you.
spell the spelling?
Yeah, Gasparin. Is that
Yes.
correct? Yeah, Gasperin Lane.
Gasperin Lane.
And do we have a seconder for that amendment motion? Thank you, councillor Bartley. I might just quickly do a question to the staff. Is that name already allocated in the Southern Downs?
I don't know, I can't quickly look now.
No.
Could you please? We just
No.
we'll just get formal confirmation rather than Google. Or are you
I'm
on
happy.
Intramaps?
I'm on Intramaps.
Oh, okay. We'll just wait for John.
Did you want me to include the reason in recognition?
I was just going to say,
Yeah.
while we wait,
Can I
do
just
you want to
give us a read?
speak for it, councillor Wantling?
Just while I appreciate the intent of the proposed name Bogue, I respectfully disagree with its relevance to this specific location. From research I've reviewed, the consistence with public submission, William Bogue was a photographer who travelled extensively across Queensland, and there is no strong evidence to suggest he had a long-term or meaningful connection to the Dalcouth area. In contrast, the Gasperin family has farmed this area for 4 generations. Their roots in the district are deep, and their contribution to our region's agricultural heritage is significant. I believe it is entirely appropriate to recognise the honour and local legacy through the naming of the road. Additionally, the naming of Gasperin Lane keeps in line with the tradition of recognising pioneer families in the area such as Unold, Mills and Gentle. The Gasperin family enduring presence and contribution to the region make them a deserving addition to this legacy. Gasperin Lane also complies with council naming policy. It is unique, historically appropriate and acknowledges real long-standing community presence. I ask our fellow councillors to support the amendment.
Thank you, councillor Wantling. Councillor Haslett?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no concerns whatsoever with what you've proposed, providing that obviously, as John is checking, that it meets the requirements. But also I just want to check, I assume based on the report that would then need to go out for consultation.
What is my next question too? It
in the
hasn't
same
been
process that we would normally do.
Through there, no, it's not on the current register, that's correct. It's entirely up to council whether you want to just appoint the name or we go back to a public consultation. I would recommend we go back for public consultation, but that's entirely your decision.
It's council's decision, I suppose.
Madam Mayor, I thought once we've been through the consultation, when it's gone out for consultation once, very rarely do we go out twice. Council, if they have a alternate, generally that becomes one we make a decision on. You've met your obligation by going out to consultation, and you don't have to do it twice.
Councillor Richards?
I'm completely supportive of the amendment because I hated the suggestion that was put in the first place. Literally anything would have been better than what was suggested, so I'm happy with Councillor Watling's suggestion.
Councillor Richards, I think you could be a little more respectful to the staff who had gone through the process and disagreed with their name, but they did put, I do think actually, and we've spoken about this a number of times, I think our current policy actually is not helpful to our staff, and I don't think it's helpful to us. And I think actually probably the best thing to do, we'll go through the rest of them here today, but I think the message through it all is we do probably, that policy dates from 2021. I don't know if it did work previously, but certainly our experience to date is it's a little clunky in the way that it's done, and it adds delay, and it probably puts a bit too much onto the staff. Rather than having something that works a little bit more simply, and where you don't have to consult on each individual name. You can do one consultation on a range of names that can be selected from. But I agree with you, Councillor Bartley, that technically we wouldn't need to go back out to consultation. Councillor Haslett?
Sorry, it's a question sort of back to, I hear what you're saying, Councillor Bartley, and I don't disagree with that either, but could I just get, since it's Councillor Watling who's proposed the name, it wasn't one that was proposed in the consultation process, would you mind just giving us a bit of background on who you've spoken to, what, particularly I suppose the Gasperin family? I would love to make sure that they actually agree with it before we put their name somewhere.
Actually, it was submitted, so the people who submitted it were a week late. They were overseas and come back, and it was actually submitted, but because it was late, they didn't accept it.
Okay, so that's all I'm asking is for a bit of the background of what you've learned about it, so that I understand.
Yeah, definitely, and also, under our policy, council reserves the right to adopt an alternate name to the proposed the applicant or the public. The final adoption of a name occurs at a council meeting after public consultation results are considered. There is no policy clause prohibiting a councillor from proposing an alternate name or moving an amendment to the officer's recommendations at a meeting.
That's correct.
That's all good and well. What I'm asking is, you said initially that you had some consultation yourself with the community around this name. I'd just like you to let us know. So if we're not going to go back out to community consultation, I need to feel comfortable that the community is actually going to be happy with this and it's not just you. And I'm not suggesting it is, but can you just, that's what I'm asking, can you just let me know who else have you consulted with to then present this name today?
So, like I said, somebody sent in this to our officers during the process. The Gasman family all know about it, and this is why somebody put it in. As for, I can't answer the question, does anyone else know? No, they don't. You're saying that...
Okay, so what you're saying is off one submission?
Yeah, it's off a submission, yeah, but the problem was the submission was late. And they tried to put it in, and it wasn't accepted.
I think Councillor Dean was next, and then Councillor Windle.
I'm supportive of the amendment. I think, like Russell was saying, they're a respected family in the area, and I think it'll be nice for them to have a lane named after them. So I'm supportive of the motion.
And I think I support that too, and I've had a bit to do with a member of the Gasperin family in a previous working life, so I know that the name has been out there for a very long time. And I think local knowledge, and that's what we can provide as councillors, is a lot of local knowledge as well, so that contribution has to be commended as well. And I understand what you're saying about the late submission, and I fully support the amendment.
Councillor Bartley.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I tend to agree with you. Maybe we need to review the road naming policy because it is burning up a lot of our resources as far as staff goes. They have to look at all these submissions that come in. And road namings can be quite emotive, believe me, and times gone by, it's caused a lot of problems in council. It was decided that you wouldn't have an S after the person's name because it indicated ownership of the road. So they took all the S's off the names, which caused a lot of confusion because everyone had their proper address with the S on it. But anyhow, that has caused issues in the past, but I think we probably need to simplify it a little bit. I think we should just have a list that we can draw on as a council, and people, if they're passionate and they know there's an unformed road or some road that is missing a name, and potentially might get, and we don't name unformed roads or non-constructed roads, that's a policy. I have seen signage up, it's in contravention to our policy, but if someone decides that they build a house and they want their road named after them, I think we need some policy behind it to say, no, this is our preferred list for that area, and that's where we'll draw from it as a council. And people are quite happy to put a list in, submit to that list. I think that's going to be an easy way of doing it.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Are we happy to move to a vote on Gasperin Lane?
Is this the amendment on the amendment?
On the amendment motion, yeah.
Councillor Watling.
Councillor Watling and Councillor Bartley was the seconder.
Sorry, do you mind if I just clarify, we're moving the amendment to just to approve it and then it's done, not to approve it to go back to consultation?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're just doing
Well,
the amendment at the
we're just
moment.
changing the word in the recommendation, and then when we vote on the recommendation, it will be to approve it rather than, that would, once we do the amendment, when we go back, if anyone wanted to move an amendment about further consultation, that would be the appropriate time after we do this amendment motion. Okay. So yes, so the amendment motion to change Bogue with Gasperin Lane, all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Okay, so now we have a recommendation, the council name the unnamed road connected to lot 461 SP 303977 Gilbard Road, Dalcouth as Gasperin Lane. So that would actually be naming it now without further public consultation. Do I need it? Are the mover and seconder happier? Oh, we've amended it, so.
I'm not sure quite how this is supposed to work then. I would like to move a second amendment that Gasperin Lane then just be put up for public consultation, just so that people out there, as Councillor Bartley has said, road names can be really contentious. I don't have a problem with it, that's not what I'm saying. I think that we should consult, as per our policy, on this name with the community before we do it.
Okay. So that's an amendment motion from Councillor Haslett to go out to public consultation. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Can I just ask a question then on that? Because didn't Councillor Watling just read out from the policy that we didn't have to do that?
No,
He
don't
did.
have to.
So, yeah, we don't have to, I'm
I
suggesting that we
understand.
should.
Yeah, so just checking the policy. So do we have a seconder for that motion? No, okay, it will lapse. Thank you, Councillor Haslett. And back to the original motion now to name the road Gasperin Lane, which was,
So we're here at the moment.
yeah, who,
The original.
The original
The
movers.
original movers, so Councillor
Haslett and Dean. Are you both happy with the motion as is? Okay. Are we happy to go to a vote on that? Yes, all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Okay. Moving on to the next one, we have a recommendation that council name Road 2 Blakely's Red Gum and name Road 3 Rough Bark Apple in Stage 1 232 Sugarloaf Road development. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Haslett, thank you, and a seconder? Councillor Pigeon, thank you. Okay. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Haslett?
This one I will speak to. I think this one has come up to us before for discussion, and it's the suggestions are part of a theme in that development area, which was part of what I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, please, manager, but the developer had suggested having a theme around that. So for me, these two are, yeah, good.
Okay. Councillor Bartley?
Comment, Madam Mayor, something we need to take into future consideration is the length of these road names, because you end up with signs too long. and maybe if we ever change the policy, when we shortlist them, that they're shorter names.
I will defer to the staff. I believe we checked the character limit last time with these two and they were fine. Yes, thank you. But yes, good point, Councillor Bartley. Councillor Richters?
I don't particularly like these names either. But whatever, I'd just like to ask the question are they roads, street, avenues, lanes, what are they?
Through you, Mayor, the intention is to make them avenues, and the developer is actually planting trees along each of the roads, which makes meets the criteria of our avenue, the Australian standard.
Yeah, the development is actually called the Avenues.
Yeah, so the reason I don't particularly like them is the exact reason that Councillor Bartley just raised. The names of them are too long.
Yeah.
When you call on an ambulance, or if you're trying to explain your address to someone, it's just too hard to read out the names. But whatever.
If you've chosen a theme of flora, it is usually going to have at least 2 words to it.
Well, we currently don't have a road called Red Gun Road or Avenue.
Red gums are not synonymous with this area as such.
Yes.
Blakely's red gums are. The red gums you're envisaging, I imagine, are not.
I was just looking at the name.
That was part of the criteria originally.
I think Councillor Richters, have you finished speaking?
Yeah, thank
And it's speaking for or against?
I really haven't made up my mind yet, man.
No, that's what I thought. Sorry, if I go back, is there anyone who wants to speak against the motion?
No.
No. Does anyone else want to speak for the motion? No. Shall we just go to a vote on this one? All in favour? That's Councillors Pigeon, Haslett, McDonald, Richters, Bartley, Dean, Windle and Hamilton.
I just struggle with the length of the names.
Yeah, please don't take Dean.
Sorry, I agree.
So but you're a for as well, or an against, Councillor Watling? I can't tell.
I'm against, sorry.
Against.
Yes, and those against is Councillor Watling. Okay. Moving on to the next one. We have a recommendation that council name the road connected to lot 3 RP 182877 Old Stanthorpe Road, Waldash as Frederick. Do I have a mover for that one?
I feel like I know where this is going to go, so I will move it to open and make.
Councillor Haslett and a seconder. Councillor Dean, thank you. Okay, we have a move. Councillor Richters.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment that this change to Radcliffe's Road.
What was it?
Radcliffe's.
Radcliffe's Road.
I don't believe Ratcliffe's meets the policy. Councillor Richters.
We can name any road we want, Mayor. Whatever we want.
RATCLIFFE.
RATCLIFFE.
Yep.
Radcliffe.
Ratcliffe, yep.
Radcliffe.
Could we ask why? If it doesn't, why it doesn't?
Yeah, do we have a seconder for, just first, do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Bartley, okay, and we have a question. It doesn't meet it because you need to be a long-term landholder, and as I understand it, the current landholders have only been there 9 years. So clause 4.1.1 of the policy. Look, personally, I agree that Frederick isn't, going into first names of historic people rather than surnames is obviously you're going down a path, but I do think we should have a name that meets our own policy.
Well, I look at the second submission there for either Sydney, Walter or Hockings because it was connected with council. And that submission was put in, and I'd like to know, why we've overlooked those or why we can't have either of those three names. He was a foreman on the former Glengallen Shire. His family's still in the area, have been for a very long time.
Yeah, let's go to the manager because that submission came in. So yes.
through you, Mayor, it wasn't necessarily against this particular application, but we've assessed it against this application. It was a blanket submission of name that came in at the time that we were asking for submissions against this particular.
Oh, it was a general request rather than for this specific road. Okay, so it is a request for the area.
I think we should vote.
Well, we've got an amendment motion on, so we can speak for or against. You can speak against the motion, and then we can, and anyone else can speak for or against the amendment motion. Then we will vote on that, and then if that doesn't pass, we'll come back to where we started.
There have been plenty of times in the past when, during the pioneer era even, when new people moved to an area and a road got named after their family after not being there for hundreds of years. I think that it's not an unreasonable request, and that's why I'd like to support the applicant's request.
Okay, would you like to speak against, Councillor Wendell, given that you wanted to?
It's a tough one because I'm not totally against it, but I really wanted to clear up why the others weren't considered or had any mention in the report. Maybe if we can't use the other submission from David Hopkins this time, perhaps we need to look at it for the future for that area.
Did we have a seconder for the amendment?
Yes, Councillor Bartley.
Did you second it?
Yes, Councillor
Second the
Bartley.
amendment.
Seconded
Yes,
the
seconded,
amendment.
thank you.
For the sake of debating it, not fully supportive of it, but just for debate, so that we could get Councillor Richards to make his case as to why he believes it should be an alternative. I agree with Councillor Windle actually that we should consider the later ones, in my opinion, because they're very valid people to consider. They're iconic people in our community.
Yeah. Okay, shall we go to a vote on the amendment motion for Ratcliffe? Those in favour? Councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Richters, Wantling and Bartley. And those against? Councillors McDonald, Dean, Windle and Hamilton. Okay. Moving on to
Returning to the original
Oh,
recommendation
yes.
then, and once again, Mayor,
And
I would
voting.
like to propose an amendment that this one goes out to public consultation.
And I second that.
So that's an amendment motion that council go to public consultation.
On Ratcliffe Road, given that even
Yes.
within our room, there are people who are questioning it.
Yeah, exactly.
Before our final approval.
Can I suggest you name it, that council name the road connected to, et cetera, Old Stanthorpe Road, Longish as Radcliffe, comma, subject to public engagement?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy with that? Council name, did you say?
Yes, so you've got it.
So the original
as
motion,
normal.
as the original motion,
Yeah.
swap Frederick with Radcliffe. So you go out,
And then comma, subject to public consultation,
public engagement.
public engagement. Yeah, we're not seeing.
Sorry. I can't see it.
There it is,
Anyway.
yep.
So that was the amendment.
Yeah.
Just
I missed who, is that?
Yeah, that counts on. Subject to public engagement, okay, so
That was
Haslett
my
and Pigeon.
No, I'll.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So shall we go to a vote on that amendment motion? All in favour? That's councillors Pigeon, Haslett, McDonald, Dean, Windle and Hamilton. And those against, councillors Richters, Wantling and Barley. So then we go back to the motion, which is now the council name the road connected to lot 3 RP 182-877 Old Stanthorpe Road, Wildlash as Ratcliffe, subject to public engagement. Who were our original movers, and
Sarah and myself and Sarah.
you're happy with remaining as movers and seconders, okay? Shall we go to a vote on that one, all in favour? That's unanimous, okay, thank you. Okay, our next road, we have a recommendation that council name the road connected to lot 901 ML 2305, 59 Wineholt Street, Maryvale as Patrick. Do I have a mover for that one?
And again, in the
Hustler,
interest of
thank you.
opening up the conversation.
And councillor Dean, thank you. Okay, that motion is open. Can I suggest an amendment motion?
Yeah, because if you don't, I'm gonna.
I'm going to suggest that we change Patrick to Keefe, K-E-E-F-E. So I'm moving that amendment motion. Do I have a seconder?
Can you explain it first?
Go into consultation.
Keefe, the Keefes were the original builders of the Crown Hotel in Maryvale in 1912. So it has a historical connection to the town.
I'll second.
Councillor Watling will second, okay. Thank you, Councillor Watling, for discussion. I don't think I need to say any more. I was just, again, I think that going to names that are people's first or middle names in a historical sense doesn't actually mean anything. Surnames are how people remember things. So I was simply looking for a name that had a historical connection to Maryvale. And obviously the Crown Hotel has been the centre of Maryvale for quite some time. It's a very important building and pub and social place, and it reflects that the people who are currently seeking to name the road are connected to the pub. Anyone who wants to speak for or against?
Has it been seconded, Jen?
Yes, Councillor Watling.
I don't necessarily disagree with your suggestion. I also think that in the grand scheme of public submissions for road naming, this particular one has nearly outdone them all as far as how many people actually wanted to name Tilly Lane, and that's why I would have actually said rather to name Tilly Lane.
Yes.
Because maybe once we could actually listen to the community about something.
I struggled as to whether it complied with the naming policy. We can vote on this one and then there can be a further amendment motion around Tilly. I was looking to have something that was clearly in compliance with our policy, but I do acknowledge what you say about public engagement. Councillor Dean?
I am supporting the amendment. I think I like the idea of having a historical tie to a street. I think that's a good idea, just generally, but so I'm supporting the amendment.
Councillor Hustler?
I'd just like to support what Councillor Richter said then. I think the number of submissions around Tilly Lane, let's listen to the community.
Okay. Councillor Fidgen?
Does Tilly Lane abide by our policy?
Manager?
No.
In what way?
Why?
Clause 4.1.1 requires it to be appropriate to, have you got the wording, Manager?
No, it doesn't meet any of the criteria. I think it's 4.1.
1.1 of the naming policy.
It's listed very heavily, but there's.
I can't remember what the criteria are.
John, can you pull up the policy and have a look at it?
Unless there's a very good reason not to. Too confusing for us to first.
There is a lot of support there for Tilly Lane.
Through you, Mayor, councillors, 4.11, proposed name must adhere to one or more of the following principles: be appropriate to the local, indigenous, geographical, environmental or physical character, be of verifiable historical or cultural significance, relate to the local flora, fauna or landscape, or be named after a benefactor, eminent person, pioneer or long-term landholder of verifiable significance.
It's the first one, yeah.
Can you read the first one again, John?
Be appropriate to the local, indigenous, geographical, environmental or physical character.
It's a local dog.
Yeah.
That everyone knows. How does it know it does that?
A red Australian stumpy dog.
Oh, you're talking local flora and fauna.
No, character.
Character.
Of
Cultural.
a town, cultural character of a town.
Local character, right. Okay. We have a policy. We'll go to a vote on that amendment motion.
Sorry, could I just add, because there's actually another part of the policy that's relevant, which is 4.1.5, which actually says adopt or decline, council reserves the right to adopt or decline any name proposed and adopt an alternative name. So therefore, we can adopt any name, even if it doesn't meet the policy.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Okay. The amendment motion currently in front of us, those in favour? That's councillors Wantling, Dean and Hamilton. And those against, councillors Pigeon, Haslett, McDonald, Richters, Bartley and Windle. Yeah.
Roads.
So,
Madam Mayor, I'll move that the name be Tilly Lane.
we're back at the,
Yes,
we're
we need
doing another amendment motion.
Yes, you're moving an amendment.
So,
Yeah.
and councillor Windle is seconding the amendment motion to Tilly Lane. Poor Marion. Those in favour, we'll just go to a vote on this one. Those in favour, we have councillors Pigeon, Haslett, McDonald, Richters, Dean and Windle. And those against, councillors Wantling, Bartley and Hamilton. And then we go back to the original motion of Patrick. Back to the motion as amended, which is Tilly Lane now. So we just had an amendment motion to change Patrick to Tilly Lane. Yes.
Tilly.
And now we are going back to the original motion as amended, which was moved by councillor Haslett and seconded by councillor Dean. Both okay still with that? Yes. And we'll go to a vote on that.
Madam Mayor, can I just point out that I think your name suggestion actually is not a bad one. So if we do make a list of names, can we actually add that one to the list of names to keep for the future?
Agree.
For the future.
Yeah. Those in favour? We have councillors Pigeon, Haslett, McDonald, Richters, Bartley, Dean and Windle. And those against? Councillors Wantling and Hamilton. Okay.
Is that maybe the first time that Wantling have voted together on something?
No, Russell and I often vote the same way on.
No, but the only time both of you are the two.
Maybe. Okay, moving on to water supply areas. We have a recommendation that councillors, we have a recommendation that council approve adding lot 2 of ML 1896 and lot 2 of RP 104070 to the rural water supply area, and lot 1 of SP 215093, lot 3 of SP 215093, lot 3 of RP 36424 and lot 371 of W3010 to the urban water supply area. I have a mover in councillor Richters and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you.
Good question, Madam Mayor. That size main, that's a delivery main, 200 mil, do we normally allow people onto delivery mains like that?
We've already got a number of connections on there, so it's not gonna make a difference. It's not like somewhere we've only got a few where we're trying to restrict it.
Did you want to speak for the motion? No.
It's pretty straightforward, I'm happy.
Does anyone want to speak for or against the motion? No. All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, moving on to our planning matters. We have been advised that the applicant, is that right, Di? The applicant wants to withdraw item 15.1? Yep, okay.
Sorry,
not withdraw or
defer.
defer?
Sorry, defer is the language. We'd like the
yeah.
matter to be considered at the next meeting.
Right. Do I need a motion to defer it to the June meeting? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion. A motion to defer to the June
I think
meeting.
it's technically got to adjourn. Adjourn the item until the next council meeting. Whatever.
Can do that, Mary.
I think the last motion was that the motion lay on the table until this meeting.
Or we could lay on the table.
Lay on the table. Laid on the table. Lay on the table until the July. And we have councillor Richter's moving that. Do we have a seconder?
It's a procedural motion.
Yep, sorry. Thank you, councillor Richter's. All in favour? Unanimous, thank you. We then have items 15.2 and 15.3, so councillor Dean is leaving the room. Okay, so we have a recommendation that Council agree in part with the change representations made in relation to the application for a material change of use for the purpose of warehouse 1 shed on land at Mill Road, Stanthorpe, described as lot 110 RP 12340, with conditions 9, 25, 28 and 34 remaining unchanged, condition 42 being deleted and conditions 5, 8, 24, 37, 38 and 41 being amended as follows. I think this is the original. Yeah. You're moving councillor Richter's and a seconder. Councillor Haslett, thank you. And councillor
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move the amendment for the first one, which is item number 1, the wording for item number 134. Be amended so that the word nominal gets changed to future.
Yes, so and moving 34 from the unchanged to changed. Yes, and in item 34, yes, future. Yep, okay. Do I have a seconder for that amendment motion? Councillor Haslett, thank you. Shall we just go to a vote on that amendment and then we can actually debate the motion itself? Okay, all in favour of the amendment? That's unanimous, apart from councillor Dean. Councillor Richards.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to 34.3 and 4. In 34.3, changing the width of the road from 10 to 6 metres and removing item number 4 altogether. And I'll take advice, Mayor, from the probably from the general manager about whether or not the little bit in there about alignment is still relevant.
Questions after we get a seconder, councillor Richards. Does councillor Bartley will second that amendment?
So 10 to 6?
Yeah. 10 metres to 6 metres, yeah.
And
And
so-
then delete item 4 entirely.
The part that I'd like to ask questions about, Mayor, is the where it says and be generally aligned with the existing part of Mill Road. I'm not sure whether that's still relevant or not.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In consultation with my learned colleague, we would actually recommend too that that condition is still appropriate, because what it does is set up that alignment it will include 4 metres of that ceiling in that locality. But what you would do in the next stage, which is the detail of the works, is really define the precise location of that. So we would recommend that it's still appropriate to include.
Thanks.
Would you like to speak for the motion?
Yeah, Mayor, thanks. We obviously had a little bit of discussion about this already because this is at the last council meeting. There's great potential for this area. Potential industrial area, potential residential expansion. There's lots of potential for this area, but at the rate of growth at Stanthorpe, we're talking about that expansion being, perhaps even 20 years still or more away. I think that right now, how the land is going to be used, the 2 additional lots that are going to be used, and what impact that would have on the community, I think the reasonable person test at the moment would suggest that the little bit of 6 metre road that's already existing down near where the bitumen section is now would be sufficient to continue up to the other 2 lots. And then if there's further developments that happen into the future, whether they be residential or industrial, or including the western side or the eastern side, even further up maybe, I think that would be the appropriate time for council to consider making the road wider at that point in time. So I just believe that 6 metres is the appropriate width for this particular development at this particular time.
Thank you, Councillor Richters. Can I ask a question of staff? If those future developments in residential do not require a material change of use, it would be the ratepayers who paid to widen the road rather than the developers on that residential side, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Haslett?
I would speak against
Yep.
that amendment. Because I think we've come to a compromise from 12 metres down to 10 metres already. I think I agree with that. I think that's very fair. But given that the 10 metres is only, in my understanding, going to apply to the area in front of the lots in question, that additional 4 metres there I don't think is unreasonable, and I think it solves a whole lot of potential future concerns by simply asking for that to be done with this application.
Councillor Bartley, are you speaking for the motion?
I am, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
We're often lectured by the financial people not to build assets that you need to maintain in the future. That extra 4 metres of asphalt will have to be resealed every 10 years. That's our resealing program, regardless. And it's just another asset that we would have to maintain, and it'd probably become an onerous cost for an unused piece of asphalt, in my opinion. So normally I've yet to see an MCU come up where we don't condition the developer or applicant to carry out appropriate roadworks, as we have done here, on their side of the road. If we've done it here, why wouldn't we do it for future development? And that's going to be significant if that block ever does, on the eastern side, ever does get developed. It will need, and I think I pointed out, the undergrounding of the water, because otherwise you won't get your footpath over it or crossovers. So it'll be significant cost to the developer, but that's the developer's choice, and land prices will drive that futuristically. It'll also be taken into consideration what the activities are on the opposite side of the road, how we protect the current user. So in my opinion, to add that extra condition of the 4 metres is counterproductive. You only really need it if you are going to curb on the eastern side. We've deleted that condition, I believe, of the curb, which we do not need. And it would be almost impossible to construct given the lack of development on the eastern side. So in my opinion, it's an unnecessary and an unreasonable request to have it at 10 metres.
Does anyone else want to speak for the motion?
Yes, we're up to against.
Oh, we're up to against, sorry, yes, you're right. Any more against? I think in that case I will speak against if there's no one else. I actually think that I agree with Councillor Huslett that we have actually been, that the staff have actually conceded that 12 metres is not necessary at this point in time and have gone down to the 10 metres. But given, I think continually we sit around this table and people talk about the use that will currently occur at a site. We have to remember that from tomorrow, any of those lots can be sold and the use may be different. The use is industrial. It may actually involve more traffic than the current applicant expects, and different types of traffic. And we actually have to make our conditions suit what is possible at a site rather than what simply happens at the moment. I think that delaying the infrastructure means, in my view, the cost would be put onto ratepayers instead of onto the developer. And something that I'm particularly focused on is making sure that our general ratepayers do not subsidise the development of things that should be paid for by the developer rather than by general ratepayers. Because if we continue to push the cost of roadworks, curb and channel and footpaths onto general ratepayers, of course you will see the change in rates. So wherever we can get those paid for by developers, I think that is what we should be doing. Our road policy and our planning scheme are both clear on this. They were clear when the blocks were purchased, they're clear now the blocks are being developed. And if we expect Stanthorpe to grow, which we do, then I think it's important that we start putting in the infrastructure that we think will be required. So for that reason, I'm voting against the motion. Is there anyone else before that one goes to a vote? Councillor
I'll speak against it. I feel that the planning department have done a really good job on this. Again, they've come down from the 12 metres to the 10. I understand that if you have large machines turning out on a 6 metre road, you're going to have problems. It doesn't matter. If they sell it down the track, that will occur. It's a given. So I'd rather see the infrastructure put in place from the very beginning and that it be something that can be built upon in the future, because we are going to grow in this region whether we like it or not, and we need to start putting the infrastructure in place for that.
Yes, Councillor Watley.
I agree with Councillor Richter's. 6 metre road, I've driven a few trucks in my day, so I actually know how it goes, how they turn and how they rip the road up. I think that there's plenty of room there to do that, and I support in the future that, depending on what happens. We can't predict the future, so I don't really know what's going to happen with the road in that future. So for now, I'll support the 6 metres.
Okay. Are we ready to go to a vote on that amendment?
Mayor, I think as a reply, if we were being serious about making sure that the infrastructure is fit for purpose and is going to last for the future, then not only would we be sticking to our guns and making it a 12 metre road rather than capitulating to 10, we'd also be making sure that all those turning areas where they're coming in and out of the properties are concreted, not asphalted. The first truck that drives in there is probably going to rip the asphalt up, and then we'll be back there next week patching and putting cold mix into holes in the road. So we always talk, you talked about how we need to be cognizant of what infrastructure we're putting in place. Well, absolutely we should be. We don't apply the standard to ourselves. We would require 200 movements. Correct me if I'm wrong, 200 or 250, I can't remember exactly, but certainly more than 200 movements per day for us to consider sealing that road. To have the requirement now that we make a highway as opposed to a road, I think is just unreasonable. And I think we could have a much more reasoned approach to this, and leave the issue of the width of the road for the future development discussions down the track, which probably is not going to involve any of us around this table.
Okay, going to a vote on the amendment motion. Those in favour? Councillors McDonald, Richters, Wantling and Bartley. And those against? Councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Windle and Hamilton. I usually like to reflect the room. The room split. Given that the room is split, I'm going to use the casting vote in following the recommendation from staff. So the amendment motion fails. So we go back to the original motion, which we can still debate. Who was the mover and seconder of the original motion?
Joel and I think.
Councillor Richters and Councillor Haslett. And I think
It was the original motion
The
with the
original-
first
with
amendment.
the first
To
amendment.
put 34 in
Yes.
with the
yeah,
change
so
of the word.
it's as we amended that without the second amendment. So do we want to speak again today, because obviously when we go to a vote on this original motion, it looks like we may be split again. Does anyone want to speak again around that?
Madam Mayor, I'd be more comfortable if someone else moved the motion.
Okay, Councillor Richters, do we have a mover for the motion? Councillor Haslett, are you happy to be the mover rather than
I'm
the
happy to be the
seconder?
mover, yes, that's
And do we
fine.
have a seconder? Councillor Windle, thank you.
So I will speak to it. So this is coming back similar to what I said before. This is with that amendment in there on condition 34 is that compromise between the 12 metre back to the 10 metre and not putting that responsibility of that extra 2 metres on this particular application and development, that it still sits there for the future. Should at some point in the future something happen with other development in the area, I think this makes that clear of where that responsibility would lie.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak before we go to a vote on that? Okay, so those in favour? Councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Windle and Hamilton. Those against? Councillors McDonald, Richters, Wantling and Bartley. And casting vote in favour of the motion.
Call the division amendment.
Yep, it's recorded. Thank you, Councillor.
Division, yep.
Yeah. And if we go to item 15.3, which I won't read out, it's the same recommendation for the other lot, lot 109, RP 12340. Councillor Haslett, are you happy to move that
Do
motion?
the same thing again.
Yes, so we move and then we do the amendment and then we.
I am happy to do that.
Yes, Councillor Pigeon. Oh, sorry, Councillor Windle, are you happy to second? Yes, okay. And then the amendment motion, are you happy to move that amendment?
I mean, it wasn't me last time, but yes, I'm happy to move that amendment around condition 34.
Yeah, so it, yes, it was to
Same way
change
as
the word
Exactly the same amendment.
and a second, Councillor Windle. And it's, yeah, those same three changes. That's it. And future, yeah, okay. Are you okay then, Mary? Yeah, okay, so those in favour? Councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Windle and Hamilton. Those against? Councillors McDonald, Richters, Wantling and Bartley. and casting vote in favour of the motion.
And the original, then the
And then we're back
Well,
to,
what do
yeah,
you-
sorry, back to the substantive motion. Those in favour, councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Windle and Hamilton. Those against, McDonald, Richters, Wantling and Bartley, and casting vote in favour. And a division.
division.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, if you could let councillor Dean know to come back in. Okay, councillors, we have a recommendation. Yes, no, Cynthia and Cheryl are completed. Yep. We have a recommendation that council refuse the change application minor for multiple dwellings 4 units on land at 47 Marsh Street, Stanthorpe, described as Lot 2 SP 265342 for the following reasons. The broom finish applied to the driveway does not complement the development or the streetscape and is not considered to be compatible with the surroundings of the site. Do I have a mover for that?
In the interest of opening up the discussion.
Thank you, councillor Haslett, and a seconder. Councillor Dean, thank you. Okay, going to a vote on that. Those in favour? Councillors Pigeon, Haslett, Dean and Hamilton. And those against? Councillors Richters, Wantling and Bartley. Thank you. If we could get councillors Windle and McDonald back again.
Mayor, maybe the CEO could answer this. Are we taking enforcement action for the greenery space?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Are we doing any enforcement action on the lack of greenery compliance?
I'll take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay. Moving on to item 16. We don't have any reports. We don't have any confidential business items today. And we have one item of general business from councillor Wantling in relation to men's mental health.
Okay, you probably get sick of me speaking today, but anyway. As a councillor, a father, a grandfather and just one man among many, I took the opportunity last week to remind people that looking after our health isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. Men's Health Week is about more than just getting a checkup with your GP, it's about our mental health, our emotional well-being, and breaking down the habit of brushing things off with a quick it's fine. Because the truth is, we're not much good to our families, our mates, or our communities if we're running on empty, physically and mentally. That's why I encourage people to take action, even in a small way. Book the appointment, go for a walk, call a mate. Have a proper conversation. We never really know what someone might be carrying behind a brave face. And this message isn't just for men of my age, it's just as important for our sons and grandsons. Our boys are watching how we deal with life, stress and health. And they deserve to grow up in a community where it's normal to speak up, check in and look after yourself. The statistics are confronting. Regional Australians are 44% more likely to die from cancer within 5 years of diagnosis than their city counterparts. Men in rural areas are twice as likely to die by suicide as those in cities. In Queensland, 3 out of every 4 suicide deaths are men, and the Australian statistics are even more frightening, with 6 men in Australia taking their own life every day. Men's Health Week may have passed, but the message is still urgent, and I hope that next year we can all get together and save some lives. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Wantling. Yes, I think we would all absolutely agree with those sentiments and support that. Thank you. Okay, so we close the meeting at 1:26.